was played by Howard Staunton, one of the strongest players in the mid-1800s. We know him mostly because of Staunton chess sets, which we played with today. But he was a very strong player at his time. And let's be honest, this was not the most popular opening at the time. This was a time of so-called romantic chess, when pieces were sacrificed left and right. People played King's Gambit most of the time. However, it slowly were gaining more and more popularity, and the peak came in 1927 during the World Championship match between Jose Raul Capablanca and Russian Alexander Alekhin. And in this match, Queen's Gambit Decline was played in 32 games out of 34. Quite a record. And it remains very popular until today. In matter of fact, it was featured in the last World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. And this was the opening where Vishy's only victory happened. We'll talk about this later. But today, we're going to talk mostly about different move orders, different transpositions, and so forth. So I kind of will give you overview about what we're going to see later on. I would encourage those of you who would like to get better, pause the recording, take notes, maybe enter some moves in the chess base. And those of you lazy boys who situated yourself comfortably in the recliner named in your honor, you can just relax and enjoy. All right, so knight c3 is the most flexible move for white. It allows white transpose into different systems and kind of keeps black on alert. One of the most flexible things about knight c3 is that it allows white to play exchange system, or so-called Carlsbad variation of Queen's Gambit Decline. We're talking about move c takes d5. The most two popular moves here are knight f6 and bishop e7. And in both cases, black has a choice. He can, for example, after knight f6, he can play knight f3 and play what we will call Queen's Gambit Decline proper, or he can play this move c takes d5, which leads to Carlsbad variation. The same thing about bishop e7. White can play knight f3, and after knight f6 would transpose into position, which we discussed, or he can play c takes d5, followed by bishop f4. If you are not going to get into Carlsbad variation and your goal is to go to Queen's Gambit Decline proper, then it doesn't matter. You can start with knight f3, and after knight f6, knight c3, bishop e7, we get into a position we're going to talk about later. But today, we'll talk about the Carlsbad version of Queen's Gambit Decline when you do take on d5. Even here, you can take on d5 right away, or you can take it later. So what's our advantages and drawbacks? So when you take right away, c takes d5, e takes d5, usually white develops his bishop to g5, black plays c6, and white plays e3. There is one system which you allow here, and you would eliminate if you would take on d5 a little bit later, and namely this system is this move, bishop f5. For many years, this move was considered to be inferior because a very interesting reply, queen to f3. And after bishop g6, bishop takes, queen takes, pawn takes, all openings book until recently would say white has a clear advantage because of black's bad pawn structure. One game I remember from all times was a game by Yuri Everbach, which was played maybe in 1950s, where he played knight f3 followed by knight h4, and books usually were quoting this game saying white has an advantage. However, as more and more games are played, computers came around, though I don't think computers are the real reason for popularity of this line, but it's maybe more of some grandmasters sense of contradiction, like, Nigel Short, who loves to play all kind of offbeat lines. So I think he was the one who made this line quite popular. He played it very often and with a very good success. So it turns out this position is completely fine for black. Black's plan is to start pushing his queenside pawn. For example, in this position, if white allows black to push pawn on a3, then after b3, bishop b4 is coming. Also, there is an idea of in the endgame maybe to play knight a6, knight b4, and the pawn on a2 could become weak. And if white plays a3, then there is another plan when black plays b5, knight d7, knight b6, followed by knight c4, and b5, b4 might come at some point. Anyway, so Nigel Short and I think Ivan Sokolov played this line several times, and so black is doing quite well in this line. So I don't think there is a perception that white has a clear advantage here. So I would say position is somewhere between equal and you can call it double-edged, but there is no reason for black to fear this move order anymore. So the next choice for white is to do the exchange on d5 one move later, to play bishop to g5 to provoke bishop e7, which is kind of a standard move, and now takes on d5. Now, after e takes d5, e3, bishop f5 is premature, as almost always the case without the move c6, because white simply plays bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, and queen b3, and with a double attack on d5 and b7. So white wins a pawn. So therefore, black has to play c6, but now he's too late with bishop f5 because white plays bishop d3 or queen c2, and bishop f5 is no longer possible. Maybe this is a good moment to talk about bishop f5 idea in general, because most club players do not realize those tricks with the move order, and so very often they play this c takes d5 exchange in some other situations when it doesn't work. For example, if knight is on f3, black almost always, or maybe always is the right word, will be able to develop bishop on f5 in the case of c takes d5. For example, here, c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop g5, c6, e3, bishop f5 allows black to get bishop on f5 in a very comfortable situation, and this line considered to be equal with no problem whatsoever for black. White can play, after c6, white can play queen c2. However, black will play g6 and followed by bishop f5. And once again, bishop f5 in this position is good for black. Why this position is good for black? It is good for black because black traded light square bishops. And with his pawns on light squares, like this is quite a big accomplishment. We'll talk later when we'll talk about minority attack, why the absence of light square bishops is so good for black. But the bottom line is that black has no problem as far as equalizing, and you will not see this particular position very often in Grandmaster games nowadays. It's true that white doesn't have to play e3. He can play e4. That's actually what Ben Feingold played against me just about a month ago in one of America's weekend tournament. However, this move, according to the theory, leads to approximately equal position without too many problems for black. So this is also considered to be equal. So the bottom line, if you would like to play this Carlsbad exchange variation, you better off not put your knight on f3. However, things are not so simple even here. As far as black is concerned, if you are looking from black's point of view, you don't have to check with e-pawn. You can check with a knight on d5. And after bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, we have a completely different position. It could be somewhat similar to what is called Tarrasch defense deterred. So what I'm referring to line which can happen, for example, in this particular case. For example, former world champion Vladimir Kramnik introduced this opening into his repertoire a couple of years ago, and it became very popular. I think Arkady Naiditch is a very strong German grandmaster who plays this system quite frequently. And so after bishop b4, bishop d2, bishop takes d2, queen takes d2, we see very similar pawn structure and very similar motifs. However, I believe the version which we were looking at before is a little bit better for black. So after bishop takes e7, queen e7, and so we come back to this position. Black has other choices. He doesn't have to play c5, which is probably, by the way, fine as well. But he can also aim for e5. And so I think those positions are, by the way, not like very theoretical. So, but you definitely can play them for black, and they give black a decent game. At the same time, if you are white, there is no reason for you to be afraid of that as well. This is just playable position for both sides. You just have to be aware of those move orders, and you need to know what to expect if you play different move order. It's kind of a trade-in. By playing one move order, you allow one system, but playing another move order, you allow a different system. And it's not like one is better than the other. It's just a matter of taste, what kind of position you like to play. All right, so now let's slowly move into Carlsbad variation itself. So e3, and apart from bishop f5, which, by the way, is still not to everybody's taste, because, play endgame with double pawns. I mean, many people will not even look at those positions, and I understand them. I personally don't mind having double pawns. I prefer active piece play, and I don't worry too much about pawn weaknesses, but people's taste is different, which is fine, and that's why chess is such a great game, because there are so many openings and so many different systems, so you can play it in any way you want. And now we come into this Carlsbad system. So castle is by far the most popular move. However, I would like to mention another interesting system when black plays knight bd7, knight f8, knight e6 before castling. So possible continuation here is white playing either knight f3 or knight g2. By the way, this is always a choice for white, especially if you played in this move order. So let's just put knight on e2, and black plays knight f8. And black's idea is very sophisticated idea. So the idea is to put knight on g7 and play bishop f5 and trade light square bishops. Considering how many moves does it take, you can appreciate how much easier to play bishop f5 earlier on and not get involved into this kind of move order. So white can, by the way, prepare against this by playing system which involves h3 and g4, for example. So, and then knight f3 is also possible. Okay, but let's go back to our main line, castles. Queen c2, black plays knight bd7, and now, once again, white has a choice between knight f3 and knight g2. This position, by the way, was and remains extremely popular, maybe less so today than it used to be in yesteryear, but very interesting position with lots of plans for both sides. And this expression, Carlsbad pawn structure, actually moved from this particular position to other openings as well. Nowadays, some other openings feature the same pawn structure when white has pawn majority on the king side, and black has pawn majority on the queen side. And so the plans very often are similar. We'll go into bigger detail later on. But right now, I just want to say that maybe knight g2 is a little bit more flexible move, because besides the minority attack, which is before b5 plan, white also has another plan, which was first introduced by a great former world champion, Mikhail Moiseyevich Botvinnik. So he even had a nickname of patriarch of Soviet chess school. He had very scientific approach to the opening. Many of his systems were analyzed very deeply, and his contribution to Queen's Gambit decline could not be underestimated. So Botvinnik successfully employed this plan with f3, e4 in this position. The plan which you could not execute if you develop your knight on f3 early on. The most famous classic game was his game against Paul Keres, which was played in 1952. So in this game, Botvinnik started with rook a to b1, and Keres played bishop to d6 with a threat of bishop takes h2, knight g4 check, and queen takes g5. And so Botvinnik played this really nice prophylactic move, king h1. So first of all, bishop takes h2 now runs into bishop takes f6. And secondly, in some lines, it is useful to get king from g1, a7 diagonal. So Keres proceeded with knight g6, Botvinnik played f3, and now it became clear that bishop d6 was a mistake, because after, for example, h6, bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, white plays e4 right away, followed by e5, f4, f5. White has very strong initiative. So Keres played, instead of h6, he played bishop e7, but needless to say, this waste of tempo could not make black's position very good. What was interesting is that Botvinnik also decided to lose a tempo, and instead of going into minority attack, he just played rook b1 and concentrated on this push in the center. So knight d7, bishop takes e7, rook takes e7, knight g3. So Botvinnik prepared this e4 advance, which came actually quite late, only 4 moves later. So he played queen f2, knight f5, traded, because black played knight f6, so he traded white knight for light square bishop, and only later executed e4. But after he did, it was very powerful. So I will just explain to you the strategic idea of what happened in the game instead of playing all the moves. So after playing e4, and exchange on e4 did happen, white played e5, followed by knight e4, knight to d6, slowly improved his position. Black position collapsed pretty quickly, though the game itself took 37 moves. Was first game in this line, and like I said, it became a classical game, really guideline how to play this pawn structure and how to play this variation. This plan for f3, e4 was since then played in many different games. However, since then, black did find ways to deal with knight g2 as well with knight f3, and that will be the topic we'll start our next video with. But for now, I hope you enjoyed this introduction, and will be with me for the future videos dedicated to this interesting opening, and which has very interesting strategic ideas. I believe that if you study this opening, not only your opening knowledge increases, but you get a better understanding about plans, strategies, and maybe the most important, different pawn structures. So hope to see you later. Once again, it was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Goodbye. Hello, dear chess friends. I'm Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov with the second video on Queen's Gambit decline. We once again will examine the Carlsbad variation of Queen's Gambit decline. In my first video, I address the variation with knight g e2 and showed a classical game in which Botvinnik beat Keres. And today, I'll try to show the same line from Black's point of view. The most popular move for White here is f3, and Black has different ways to fight against this plan e4. I'll start with an old game played by late Russian Grandmaster Alexander Panchenko, who was a kind of expert in this line. So he played in this position knight g6, and after e4, pawns were exchanged, bishop e6, rook a d1, Black played knight g4. Since White has a space advantage, he usually would like to keep pieces on the board, plus there is this weak e3 square he would like to control. So his opponent played bishop c1, and now typical idea for Black, c5. That's not only typical for this particular line of Carlsbad variation, it's a typical way to fight those strong pawns in the central period. And after d5, bishop d7, Black owns e5 square for his knight. He maybe is planning to play c4 a little bit later. Black has a good game. So that's one way to play. From this old, and I also would call it a classical game, we go to our days. So there are two grandmasters who play this type of opening on a regular basis, Arthur Yusupov and Cuban grandmaster Lazaro Bruzon. So here in one of the recent games, Grandmaster Bruzon played against British Grandmaster Gawain Jones, and so he played g6. The idea of this move is to play knight e6 next. So Gawain answered with rook a1, knight e6, bishop h4. Since this bishop is blocked by the knight, Black opted for b6. White played king h1, bishop b7, queen b3, rook c8. So basically, black is ready to play c5. And when white played e4, by the way, d takes e4 is dangerous. White is sacrificing a pawn. But then my guess is that white's idea was to play bishop c4, followed by e5. And white has very strong initiative for the pawn. So Bruzon met e4 with c5, and after that he got very good play and eventually won the game. But in any case, what we learn from this is that when white is preparing to play for e4, you basically have two plans. Take on e4 and play c5, or play c5 at the right moment, right after e4 without capturing. And of course, the main idea of knight f8, knight e6 is that black puts pressure on d4, which makes e4 more difficult to execute, because after d takes e4, the pawn on d4 is hanging. Probably with this in mind, in his later game, Gawain Jones played rook a d1. This move makes more sense. So his opponent, British Grandmaster David Howell, played knight e6, bishop h4, and now David played knight h5. What happened in the game was that after bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, king h1, David played f5, trying to stop e4 this way. However, Gawain played b4, and combining to those plans, sorry, of course b4 here is impossible because queen will take on b4, but e4 is strong. So what actually happened in the game was David took on e7 with a rook, so that knight and queen will still have pressure on d4. So now Gawain playing b4, and after knight c7, because black doesn't want to allow b5, white played queen d2, and eventually white did have a better position, though Gawain lost this game as well. Still, this is decent position for white, and so I don't think he should be unhappy with this line. Maybe a little bit better way of playing was demonstrated by veteran of Hungarian chess grandmaster Lajos Portes. In his game against young star Richard Rapport, Portes played b6, king h1, and bishop b7. So Richard played bishop f2. By the way, from white's point of view, looks like this is a very good strategy, trying to prepare e4 instead of playing it too fast. And now, since rook and queen are on one file, black played queen to c8. c5 is risky because of, let me show you. So if black plays c5 right away, one of white's ideas is to play bishop b5. It's also kind of a standard way to meet c5. Rook f8 is only move, and after e4, black's position is dangerous based on this position. So black played this move, queen to c8, and when white played e4, we already see familiar plan to meet e4 with d takes e4, f takes e4, and now Portes played c5. He also had another interesting idea to play knight g4, bishop g1, and bishop g5. Also somewhat standard idea to meet e4. In any case, he played c5, white played d5, and now experienced Hungarian grandmaster put his knight after c5, Richard played e5 first. So knight g4, and now he played d5. And now Portish played knight takes f2, rook takes f2, knight d4. He won the game. However, Rapport could get a big advantage if he would follow up with e6. I'm not sure. Maybe this was a rapid game, because I know they played a match which consisted from both classical and rapid games. But in this case, in this position, White's attack on the king side is too strong for Black to handle. However, if Black would play knight back to g7, he has all chances to deal with those pawns. There is no question that those pawns look very dangerous. However, at the same time, they might become weak. So I think Black has very good chance not only to restrain this pawn, but maybe even win one of them. So I still would evaluate this position as double-edged, but with good chances for Black. So a couple of those games, I hope, give you a good idea about how to handle this knight g2 line for Black. Now we go back to the position after castle, and here I would like to mention a few words about this move, knight f3. So Black plays rook e8, and now in the first video I mentioned that after White's castle, White main plan, or one of the plans, is minority attack. I decided not to cover the minority attack in this series, mainly because there were already some really good videos on chess.com where another title players addressed the minority attack in big details. So I decided instead to give you a link to those videos under the current video. And so by looking at those videos, you will have a very good idea of how to play minority attack from both White's and Black's perspective. Instead, here I will mention another plan for White. Black plays knight f8, and now rook a to e1. The idea of this move is to build so-called Pillsbury setup, the setup which brought a great success to American Grandmaster Harry Pillsbury at the beginning of the 20th century. So we are talking about this setup when white knight goes to e5, followed by the pawn f4. So there is no question that this position is very advantageous for white. So this is why the main response to rook a1 is this move knight to e4. After this, white usually plays bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, bishop takes e4, d takes e4, knight d2. This is the first position in which black has different options. One of the first games in this line was a game between Mikhail Botvinnik. I mentioned his contribution to the theory of Queen's Gambit decline in my first video. Here he played a game against Austrian Grandmaster Karl Robic, in which Robic came up with this move b6. This was one of the very first attempts in this line for white. It looks like an interesting idea because black is planning to play bishop a6 and win an exchange on f1. However, this move basically was refuted by Botvinnik in this game. He played queen to a4. Robic answered with f5. Pawn on c6 is still dangerous to take because of bishop to a6. And black has some initiative for the pawn. I mean, he doesn't win the exchange because white can play knight to e2. But after a move like queen b4, followed by rook a c8, black will have a very good compensation for the pawn. Instead, Botvinnik simply played f3, which is kind of a standard move for this type of situation. and after e takes f3, knight takes f3, bishop b7, knight e5, white already has a serious advantage, and in a few more moves, Botvinnik won the game. A little bit later, this variation was repeated in the game between my friend at the time, Valery Chekhov, and experienced grandmaster Yefim Geller. I was watching this game live. I can say that most likely Geller just forgot about this game. So because he spent a lot of time coming up with all those moves, eventually he decided to play b5. I think both queen a5 and queen c2, which was played by Chekhov, are pretty good. Black had to go for this line, and after knight b3, white just has very good positional advantage. Pawn on c6 is weak. White is coming with knight c5. So this is very good position for white. So if b6 would be the only move, then this variation would be great for white. However, the main move is f5. And here, lots of different things were tried, but eventually the consensus was that the position after f3, e takes f3, knight takes f3, bishop e6, e4, takes, h6, the consensus was that this position was equal. It was played many times, but the vast majority of grandmaster games end in a draw. The last game on a very high level was played in 2006 between Levon Aronian and Boris Gelfand in Russian Team Championship. The game ended as a draw. So white has some pressure on the e-file. Meanwhile, black has some play against this isolated pawn. So essentially, this is equality. From now, we can go back, see how did white try to play this position lately. So far we were talking about mostly the classical approach for white. But sometime late 80s, white started to play this flexible move h3. So the idea of this move is to keep options open and keep possibility of castling queenside as well. In the matter of fact, the main idea, white plays h3 right here before he develops the knight. Though I guess there is not much difference. He can play knight f3 and later h3. It will be the same thing. So the main idea is that after knight f8, white plays bishop f4, avoids this move knight to e4, which is black's main idea. And for example, after knight g6, bishop h2, bishop d6, bishop takes d6, queen takes d6. Luc Van Velde and Alexei Dreyev had several impressive wins for white on the after queenside castle. So black could not play this line anymore, or at least he didn't want to play this line anymore. And so he came up with several options. So first, black played a5, interesting move, kind of warning white that if he's going to castle queenside, black gonna attack on this. And after white castles kingside, now knight g6, bishop h2, bishop g6. This is the way the game between Luc Van Velde and Nigel Short went in the Tade Steel Tournament 2010. Nigel played bishop e6 and lost, and Luke in his notations to this game mentioned that maybe bishop d7 would be better, and black and hope eventually equalize. However, white's position still remains a little bit better, and so it came as no surprise that eventually black tried a more aggressive move. It's also no surprise that it came from Magnus Carlsen. In his game against Luc Van Velde in the same tournament, Tade Steel 2012, Magnus Carlsen, instead of playing knight f8, came with this move knight e4, which represents a pawn sacrifice. After bishop takes e4, d takes e4, knight takes e4, queen a5 check, because this queen attacks the bishop, none of the knights can go back and protect. White has to move his king. Needless to say that queen c3 or queen d2 run into bishop b4. And so now black plays for compensation. So with the bishop pair, open position, white king in the center, black has good compensation for the pawn. In this game, Luke played bishop f4 and eventually lost after queen f5. I wouldn't say that his position is so bad that he lost right after the opening, but it's uncomfortable to play for white, and no wonder that in the next two of his games, played a year and 3 years later, Luke played g4 with the idea to stop queen from coming to f5 and at the same time to play king d2. Luke scored 1.5 pawn points out of those two games, but once again, I don't think this was strictly the result of the opening. After knight b6, followed by either f6 or h6, black still has good compensation for the pawn. So I think this position is completely playable for both sides. This is one of those positions in which it really depends what kind of position you like. Obviously, Luke likes this position from white's point of view because he played 3 games in this, but the choice of the world champion also shows that he's not too unhappy to play this as black. So as it stands right now, this is probably the most critical line in this variation. So I'm looking forward to see you in my next videos, but goodbye for now. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Hello, chess.com friends. This is Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov with another video on Queen's Gambit decline. We continue exploring Carlsbad variation of Queen's Gambit. So today we'll look at how modern Grandmasters treat this line from Black's point of view. In two previous videos, we looked at classical Carlsbad when both sides castle, usually king side, sometimes white castle, queen side. But here we'll talk a little bit about different ways to play for Black. And a lot of those things will depend on the move order. Most often in this position, white plays queen c2. If white starts with bishop d3 and tries to stay away from queen c2, Black can play knight bd7, knight f3, and now Black has this move knight e4, which in practice gave him good results. First of all, I would like to mention, and this is an important note, that usually, if you can, the best response for knight e4 is not trading dark square bishop, but moving bishop to f4. However, in this position, after something like knight df6, queen c2, castles, knight e5, g6, Black in several games proved that he has a good position. After f3, knight d6, he's ready to play bishop f5, and there were a couple games from Shahryar Mamediyarov, and so Black had good game. So that's why White's most popular move is to play queen c2, which obviously doesn't allow knight e4. First of all, knight e4 right here would be a bad blunder. After bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, White just has this tactical trick, knight takes d5. So Black players, be aware of this. You have to play knight bd7 in any case, and most likely you're not going to play knight e4 anyway. So the most popular move here for White is bishop d3. By the way, I would like to mention one more thing before we start going into this line, that, for example, here, knight h5 move, which we are going to study in case of with the queen on c2, maybe is not so great, because since queen is not on c2 yet, White can put this queen on b1, which did happen in the game between Ivan Cheparinov and Nikita Vitugov in the Gibraltar tournament of 2014. This is a really sneaky idea. So White attacks this h7 pawn, and at the same time he prepares minority attack. And Cheparinov won this game, and I wouldn't say that this was a direct result of the opening, but this is a little bit uncomfortable position for Black. So that's why knight e4 works in this position. Knight h5 works in the position in which White already played queen c2. So knight bd7, once again, not blundering knight e4, knight takes d5. White plays bishop d3, and now Black plays knight h5. After bishop takes e7, queen takes e7, we have four different plans for White. They all depend on two factors: where this knight go and where White castles. White can play knight f3 and castle either way. Those are two plans, and knight g2 and castle either way. The history of this line started with the games of Swedish Grandmaster Ulf Andersson. In late 1980s, he played a game against Garry Kasparov. So the game continued g6, queenside castle, knight b6. Basically, now black reveals his main idea. His main idea is to castle queenside. So white is ready to play h3, g4 in case of black will castle kingside, but black plans to castle queenside. So Kasparov, as well as another grandmaster, Valery Salov, played here knight g3 against Anderson, and Anderson lost both those games, though I have to say this was not direct result of the opening. And then there was another blow to this variation, the game between Jan Timman and Nigel Short, which was played in 1993, which was also won by white. And so when you have three such high-level games ending with the same result, usually, the variation kind of retires. However, I have to say that in all those games, black has perfectly fine position. Eventually, black came up with one more improvement. He played knight takes g3 here instead of knight g7, which was played in all three above mentioned games. And so after h takes g3, h5, black has this interesting plan on king f8 and king g7. Giovanni Viscovi, Brazilian grandmaster, played this line against Alexander Goldin in Buenos Aires zonal tournament, in which I also played in 2003. And game was double-edged, but eventually it ended with a draw, and I think black does have a good position. Eventually, white came up with a move e4, which really puts black in I wouldn't say in a difficult position, but black has to play precisely. So here, the pressure on the e-file is very strong, and white won a game between Fish and Kern, which was played in Germany in 2005. However, as Romanian grandmaster Michael Marin showed in his notations, if black would play queen g5 check, controlling d5, and proceed with rook d8 on the next move, he should be equalizing anyway. So once again, king f8, king g7 is probably his main plan later on. So after this, white's stopped his attempts with knight g3. So it's very interesting how the fashion is changing. So first everybody was playing knight g3, and then all of a sudden just 1-2 games comes and knight g3 gets out of picture. So the next step in variation development was for white to plan with h3. However, black was showing pretty good results. For example, in the game between Lamy and Ivan Sokolov in 2011, black played knight g7 with the obvious idea bishop f5. White played g4, stopping bishop f5. Black played bishop to d7. Black's plan is very simple. Castle queenside, and for example, after knight f4, Ivan continued with g5, knight f2, h5, and even managed to win the game, though once again, I'm not sure this position is so much better for black. But there is no question that knight f4 was inaccuracy, and it's kind of normal that black didn't have any problems in the opening. So more often, white started to restore to the following plan: king b1, queenside castle, knight a4, knight shakes a4, queen shakes a4, king b8, rook c1. So I'm not showing you any particular game, I'm just referring to a plan. And white's plan is to play rook c3, rook a3, and try to attack on the king side. However, practice showed that black has no problems, and basically there were no games in which this plan, or very few games in which this plan would bring success to white. The vast majority of those games ended in a draw. White had all kind of other plans, like for example, there was a relatively recent game between Vishu Anand and Vladimir Kramnik. They played this position in a Zurich tournament 2015. Most likely this was a rapid game, but we know that when those strong players play, even when they play rapid games, the quality is very strong. So Vishu in this time put knight on f3. He tried to save on bishop d3, so he castled queenside right away. There was a little bit of a hustle here with those knights, but eventually, funny enough, it ended up in a familiar position. So after those knights were going back and forth, eventually they ended up on the squares on which we know they're supposed to be at the beginning. And now, instead of this plan with knight a4, Vishu tried a little bit different idea. He played knight d2 with idea knight b3 and knight c5, which was promptly met by Vladimir's maneuver knight to d6. So knight arrived to d6, king b8, white played f3 with idea to play 4, and after f5, game was level and players agreed for a draw in just few more moves. So basically, so far, white didn't show any particular winning attempts. Here is another recent game. So this game was played just a few days ago. Let's go back. And so this time, after knight bd7, bishop d3, we're talking about variation when knight goes to e2, but this time, instead of castling queenside, white castled kingside, and black played again a familiar plan of trying to get his bishop on f5. So the game went knight c2, castles, f3, and now typical way to meet f3, c5. This is game between Russian grandmaster, very young Russian grandmaster Grigory Aparin, and a little bit more experienced but still young Boris Grachov. So this move c5 is a very typical way to meet f3 in many openings. So the idea basically is that after d takes c5, queen takes c5, black takes isolated pawn. However, the weakness of this isolated pawn on d5 is balanced by the weakness of white pawn on e3. Position is equal, and game ended as a draw. The latest successful try, and maybe the latest word in this line. So remember how I mentioned that there are 4 different plans. Knight g2 queenside castle, knight g2 kingside castle, and knight f3 and both castles. So it looks like the latest word in this line was the same plan which we saw in a game appearing Grachov, but just with a little twist. In the game between two Ukrainian grandmasters, Yuri Kuzubov and Alexander Zubov, Kuzubov played this move rook b1, so showing White's desire to play for the minority attack. I don't think it's so important when you play this move. White could play this move after castles, but in any case, after b4, a6, a4, knight g7, despite the fact that black succeeded in trading those light square bishops, his chill was a little bit worse, and eventually he lost this game. So I would say that this is maybe White's best try. So according to the current theory, looks like this is the latest development, and if you would like to play this with white pieces, I think that's what you should be shooting for. If you are black, I also don't think you should be discouraged. There is plenty of room for improvement. For example, for one thing, black maybe doesn't have to castle right away. He can play this move a5. And so it's one of those positions in which both sides have chances, and it's just interesting game. So most likely all those positions are about equal anyway, but that's how the way the modern theory is. It's very difficult to get any advantage for white in any of the lines. However, we're trying to play lines which we like. And so usually the players who play Queen's Gambit Decline from white's point of view, they're looking for quiet play. They try to get some small advantage. And the players who play this opening from black's point of view, they also would like solid position. They want equality in the first place. So this is not an opening in which you will see a lot of very sharp lines and attacks on both sides of the board. So, but it doesn't mean that when you play Queen's Gambit Decline from black's point of view, you are looking for like a draw all the time. So you can get equal position and then you still can hope to outplay your opponent in the end game. So, but it's very interesting how this line became very popular in Grandmaster games, and how you can see the classical Carlsbad when both sides castle kingside less and less often. So it's very interesting to see how this line will be developed in the next few years. But for now, this is all about the modern treatment of the Carlsbad variation of Queen's Gambit Decline. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Goodbye. Hello, dear chess.com friends. I'm Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov with another video on Queen's Gambit decline. Today, we're going to talk about a move order with Knight c3 and Bishop e7. In the previous videos, we covered Carlsbad variation after Knight f6. However, it's not to everybody's taste to face the Carlsbad variation, which starts with those moves: c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop g5. Hence, there is this move order when black plays bishop e7 first. I have to say that this is a favorite move order of many strong grandmasters, specifically both Anatoly Karpov and Garry Kasparov used this move when they played their matches for World Championship, and Kasparov used this move later as well. So once again, I have to bring the name of world champion Mikhail Botvinnik, because he was the one who introduced this line after c takes d5, e takes d5, bishop f4. That's the only way white can try to capitalize on this move order. If white plays knight f3, which by the way happens very often as well, and black plays knight f6, we have a classical position of Queen's Gambit decline, which we are going to cover in the later videos. But right now, let's concentrate on this line: cd5, ed5, bishop f4. I'll start with a classical game, the first game in which Botvinnik played this line. This was World Championship match of 1963 against Tigran Petrosian. And the main idea which Botvinnik used in this game, that's why he prepared this line, was this completely unexpected move g4. So when you see a move like this, your first impression is that this is a sharp attacking move and white's idea somehow is to attack. However, in modern chess, and Botvinnik was definitely, though he played a long time ago, he's turned to be late 40s, early 50s, he definitely played in what we can call modern chess. His opening preparation was beyond anything that existed in this era, and his professional attitude definitely was also above everyone during his time. So, however, Botvinnik was what we can call visionary. So lots of systems he invented and played during his tenure as a world champion are still alive, very fashionable, and so tested the scrutiny of time. So the idea of g4 is not necessarily attack. The idea is to gain space. And in this game, after bishop e6, Botvinnik continued with h3, so indicating that he is not planning to push those pawns all the way. He just played this move to gain some space. And after knight f6, bishop d3, c5, knight f3, knight c6, another not orthodox move, king f1. The idea of this move is very easy to explain. Obviously, castle will be too dangerous because after h5, the pawn on h3 comes under attack. So white's king side is about to collapse. So king f1 allows rook to stay on h1 and guard the pawn on h3. So Petrosian played castles, king g2, c takes d4, knight takes d4, knight takes d4, e takes d4. White is just a tiny bit better, and Botvinnik proceeded to win this game. So this was the direction, the original direction of this h3 move. Later on, new ideas for white were invented. So an h3 gave way to h4, much more aggressive move. So the main reason, and it's purely my guess because there is not that many games you will discover in the database, but I think the main reason is this move h5. This move was played by Yefim Geller, one of the most famous opening experts of all times. And he played other moves as well in this position, but this move gave him success in 1992 game against Alisa Galamova. So basically, the idea is that black breaks white's pawn structure. However, he sacrificed a pawn. It's not easy to win this pawn back. The game continues with a3, knight to h6, bishop e5, bishop d6. So white's problem is he can't really develop the knight to f3 because of knight takes h5. And so black takes advantage of this. Alisa played in this position queen b3, and after bishop takes e5, d takes e5, knight d7, very sharp battle ensued, and black was better. Eventually Geller won this game. So talking about development this variation, white switched to this move h4. And this line was played in many games, including lately. For example, after knight d7, in the last 3-4 years, g5 move became very fashionable. Specifically, the idea of this move is very clear. White is trying to take away squares from this knight. And if black plays h6, trying to get those squares, white has this interesting pawn sacrifice, g6, f takes g6, and bishop d3. So numerous games were played in this line involving world's best leading players. Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, Levon Aronian, Evgeny Tomaszewski all played this position. Some of them were white, some of them were black, but I don't think this is a critical line at the moment. It seems to me that the move which right now white has to tackle is this move bishop takes h4. There is a little bit of a mystery surrounding this move. This move was played first time by, once again, Yefim Geller in 1982. He played a game against Anatoly Weiser, the game which ended as a draw. Nobody ever refuted this move or showed that anything is wrong with this move, but somehow the majority of grandmasters who played this position for black stayed away from this move. So finally, in 2015, in Tata Steel tournament in Netherlands, Wesley So played this move against Chinese Grandmaster Ding Liren. And guess what? They repeated Weiser-Geller game almost move by move. I just will play few first moves so that you have an idea about how sharp this position is. So queen b3, g5, bishop e5, f6, bishop h2, bishop takes g4, queen takes b7, queen e7. Now white plays queen takes a8, and black proceeds with queen takes e3 check. So this is unbelievably sharp game, but I guess with the help of computers, it's not so sharp anymore. So it all ends up with move repetition and a draw. So the mystery was not solved, and actually there is another mystery which I can't answer. Why Ding Liren and Wesley repeated this game? I understand why Wesley repeated this game, because with black pieces he was happy to draw and just went into this line all the way. But why Chinese Grandmaster went along, it's a question. So maybe he forgot something, some of his preparation, maybe his tournament situation. Both of them, by the way, in the end, tied for second place, behind just half point behind Magnus Carlsen. So maybe tournament situation was okay for them to make a draw. So who knows? But there is a little chance that there is prearranged draw, though it's hard for me to believe that it did happen. This is very rare case nowadays. In the past, I would have no doubt that, if this game would be played like in 1970s or in 1980s, I would say, okay, they just repeated a famous game. This is prearranged draw. Nowadays, I think the probability of this is very small. Most players are very uncompromising. They wouldn't do that. But still, so like I said, this remains somewhat a mystery, and it also remains a critical line. White has to prove how he's gonna deal with that. So right now, Black is doing okay in this line. All right, so since G4 is not to everyone's taste, and as we just witnessed in this, that Black maybe has equality after Bishop takes H4 anyway, we are going to look at Knight G2, another very important line. But before we do that, I just would like to mention very briefly another move, Bishop G6, which is inferior move compared to Bishop E6. The reason for this is that White plays H4 anyway, but unlike in the previous line, Bishop takes H4 is just bad, period. So White can play Queen B3, because Queen is chained to this bishop, Queen cannot protect B7. And in case of B6, White just can play very straightforwardly Rook takes H4, Queen takes H4, Knight takes D5, and Black's position is just collapsing. White is pretty much winning right here. So if Black is not going to take on H4, he's going to play H5. But in this case, after playing G5, White is a little bit better. This bishop on G6 is worse placed than on E6. And there was a game between Anatoly Karpov and Lajos Portish, which went bishop D6, knight G2, knight A6, bishop takes D6, queen takes D6, knight F4. White is a little bit better. Karpov proceeded to win this game. So now let's go back and turn into knight G2. I personally, by the way, prefer this move over G4, which I mentioned. So the idea of this move is to play knight G3. This is kind of obvious, right? So Black plays usually knight F6, and we play knight to G3, and now it's important where to move the bishop. Bishop G6 is inferior. I actually remember analyzing this move, Bishop G6, with my friends, now grandmasters, Valery Chekhov and Sergei Arkhipov. We came up with this idea, I think it was Sergei Arkhipov idea, to play H4, and regardless whether Black plays H6 or H5, White plays this move, Bishop D3, Bishop takes G6 obviously is a threat, so Black takes, and now White castles queenside, and he has this plan of playing F3, E4. Valery Chekhov used this plan to win a game against Yefim Geller, and so this is considered to be inferior move. So in the majority of cases, Black moves his bishop to E6. And then White plays bishop to D3, and it's probably a little bit better position for white. Another move here, and maybe this is actually a better move, is knight to d7. The idea of this move is that after knight g3, bishop e6, black is threatening to play g5, and so I think white plays knight h5. It's g6 runs into knight g7 check, so black plays king f8. Now once again there is a threat of g6 to trap not so much the knight but the bishop, because if you, for example, play bishop d3, g6, knight g3, g5, bishop e5, f6, and white bishop is trapped. So white usually plays bishop g3 followed by knight f4. It's a game. It's a game with chances for both sides, but white definitely should not be unhappy. So if you are thinking about playing this line for white, I would suggest this line rather than g4. But that's my personal opinion, because obviously lots of world's leading grandmasters still play g4. You just need to know how to meet this bishop takes h4 move, which happened in the games Dingler-Engso and Weiser-Geller. So this is not the only system to play for black. If you are looking from black's point of view, knight f6 is another move which black can play in this position. And after e3, bishop f5, we are entering a very interesting line. Now, why bishop f5 is important? Because white will be able to play bishop d3, and after c5, it's white still has hopes for advantage. Here white can play knight g2, knight f3. So as we can see, it's not easy to develop this bishop, though. Like I said, white has hopes for advantage, but it doesn't mean he's gonna get this advantage. Anyway, so bishop f5, let's put it this way, more principal move. At the same time, you need to know a lot of theory if you do play bishop f5. White can play in this position queen to b3. By the way, this is not the only move. White also can play knight g2. We'll look at lines which look familiar with a line with c6. But in any case, queen b3 leads to a very sharp positions. I just will briefly say that black can play knight c6 here, and after queen takes b7, which is the main move, used to be the main move, the game usually ends in a draw. After knight b4, something like, let's say, bishop b5 check, king f8, rook c1, knight e8. Eventually what happens is that the game enters this rook b8, rook a8 sequence. So the queen is trapped and the game is just ends up in a repetition. A lot of games were played this way. So the main challenges for black are not in taking on b7. Next popular move was g4. Amazing move. The idea is to deflect black from d5 pawn. However, white suffered a crushing defeat in the game between Topalov and Kasparov, Linares 1997. And then Levon Aranyan tried to play this move in a Amber tournament, which is rapid blindfold game against Vladimir Kramnik. He succeeded in winning this game, but to be honest, black has perfectly fine position after the opening. So I don't think this g4 move move has any future. However, a3 became a very fashionable move. And actually, I would say this is the main test black right now. After knight a5, which considered to be the main move, queen a2, castle, knight f3, c5, d takes c5, bishop takes c5. Looks like white wins a piece with move b4, but not so fast. Black has two moves here, bishop b6 and d4, bishop b6 being more reliable, and position remains very unclear. White cannot take this knight on a5 because after bishop takes a5 followed by knight e4, rook c8, black is going to win a piece back. So white usually plays much more solidly here. Bishop e2, rook d1, and so I think position remains about equal, though white's results in practice are pretty good. So, but this is not the only way to play for black, and German Grandmaster Daniel Friedman played recently this move c6, which looks like promises black a very comfortable game. He used this move against a super grandmaster, Shakhmamediyarov, in Khanty-Mansiysk World Cup tournament in 2011. And after bishop e2, b5, castle, knight c4, game eventually ended as a draw. Daniel didn't have any problems with black. The critical lines looks b4 move, but after knight c4, queen takes c4, a5, black is doing great. He's down a pawn, but with a bishop pair, open position, he has full compensation for the pawn. I would recommend, if you don't believe in that, play this position with a computer. In modern chess, this is a very common trend to sacrifice a pawn, and bishop pair gives you a very good compensation. Maybe it's actually very easy to explain, because the main point is that if white castles after bishop e6, queen has to move, and black just will win the pawn back. So easy quality for black in this line. So right now, it seems to me this line is doing great. So I expect there will be more games in this particular variation. But this is one of the reasons why white switched to knight g2 in this particular position. And after black castles, white came up with this very interesting in-between move, rook c1. So instead of hurrying up with knight g3, in which case later black plays c5, white tries to discourage black from playing c5 by putting his rook on c1. And then black usually plays c6, knight g3, bishop e6, bishop d3, knight bd7, and after knight f5, white can obtain a bishop pair, though practice showed that even in this case, black is doing just fine. Black can play knight e8, and once again, this is one of those positions which you can play for both sides. But, you know, if you're white and you're a stronger player, you probably will win this position thanks to a bishop pair, or at least you will have chances to win. But in practice, black was doing well, so there is no reason for black to be afraid of this line. So this is a short summary. What's happening in line with bishop e7. Like I said, this is a pretty good choice to meet Carlsbad variation, the choice of world's many leading players. So, like they usually say, ball is on the white's court at this point. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Thank you for your attention. Goodbye. Hello, dear chess.com friends. I'm Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov with another video on the topic of Queen's Gambit decline. Today, we're going to talk about different move order for white, specifically on move 3, knight c3 or knight f3. So I will try to explain to you the advantages and drawbacks of which move order, and also will give you a broad picture of different lines you can expect to see from white's point of view. I mean, what can black play against different move orders, and maybe we will go a little bit out of our way. So because, Queen's Gambit decline, when we say this name, we usually mean positions with bishop on e7 and knight on f6, so we're referring to these positions. But today, since I'm trying kind of to explain the opening repertoire, if you play Queen's Gambit decline on the white side. So today I would like to briefly mention all other systems for black so that you will have an idea what's going on in theory of those lines, and also you will be able to make intelligent choice of which move to play, knight c3 or knight f3. Okay, so let's start with this move, knight c3. One advantage of this move is very obvious. From my previous videos, you already know that you're trying to play this move in a connection with c takes d5. That's why you play this move. If you play knight f3 instead of knight c3, Carlsbad variation is no longer makes too much sense. Black easily equalizes, has no problem. So you try to play it with this move order. So if black plays knight f6 or bishop e7, you take on d5. However, there are certain things which you do allow which will not be allowed by knight f3. So let's start with a Tarrasch defense. c5 move. So first of all, here, if you play c takes d5, which is by far the main and most popular move, unlike when the knight is on f3, you allow so-called Charaganing Gambit. When black plays this move, c takes d4. This is very interesting gambit, which I think is kind of underestimated. So queen takes d4. By the way, I'll explain there is also queen a4 check move. I'll explain the difference. So queen takes d4, knight c6, queen d1, e takes d5, queen takes d5. That's kind of a starting position for Charaganing Gambit. Black has two moves here, bishop d7 and bishop e6. Bishop e6, over the years, has a reputation of being not giving white enough for a pawn, so its popularity pretty much vanished. Plus, white can avoid bishop e6 line by playing this move queen a4 check, in which case black almost has to play bishop d7, and after queen takes d4, e takes d5, queen d5, knight c6, we transposed into the position we are about to discuss. I just would like to make one interesting comment that b5 move was played by Hikaru Nakamura in one of his games against Kamila Baginskaite. Hikaru was already a strong grandmaster with a rating of 2600 plus. Meanwhile, Kamila was rated 2300. However, the game ended with a win for white, a rare defeat for Hikaru, painful defeat. So, and it doesn't speak in the support of this interesting but maybe dubious b5. So now let's go to this bishop d7 line, which we started talking about. So knight f3, knight f6, queen d1, bishop c5. There is no time for white to play bishop g5, so white should try castle as quickly as possible because black is coming with castle queenside. So this is exciting, interesting position. And next two moves look bizarre and kind of extravagant, but black plays g5, and the main move, which by the way was played by some famous grandmasters, including Garry Kasparov, is b4. It's true that the only instance in which Kasparov played this position was in simul. However, I have extremely high opinion of Garry Kasparov simul games. Unlike anyone else, he played very fashionable, very important opening lines during his simuls. I wouldn't go as far as saying that he played his like strong novelties in his simuls, but still the quality of his simul games is incredibly high. And so you can rely on Kasparov's games, unlike you look at games of other grandmasters. So Garry played this position once. He played here in Queen C2. Anton Korobov, a very strong Ukrainian grandmaster, played it once too. He played Bishop B2. Both games were won by white. However, it doesn't mean that this is a position which white has like a huge advantage. I think this line is underestimated and it does have place. It was actually played by some strong players on the black side. It's true mostly in rapid games. I remember seeing one game by Sergei Karakin in which he played this line and won relatively quickly on the black side. And then Dider Nisipiano, Romanian grandmaster who now lives in Germany, he played this line in the series game in Bundesliga on the black side and also beat his slightly lower rated opponent. So now, from my explanations, you can see that if you don't play knight c3, if you play knight f3, you avoid this line. Of course, this is not like too serious of consideration to not to play knight c3. This line is extremely rare, and even if somebody plays it against you, you now know how to play against it. So this is not a big argument against knight c3. Next topic. If your opponent plays semi-Slav, he plays c6. If you play knight c3, now your options are somewhat limited. Let me explain why. Of course, you can play knight f3, and if black plays knight f6, you transpose into the line which most players would like to start with, white players. However, if you play this move order, you have to know how to play against node boom variation. And once again, this is a variation which requires a lot of theoretical knowledge, and it's, in my opinion, it's not worth it because it's very rarely when your opponent will play this line. Very rarely your opponents will play c6 to begin with, okay? However, when they do, you have to take this into consideration. Two other lines are e3, which has a goal of transposing into Miran variation or anti-Miran if you're going to play Queen c2, in which case you also need to be ready for f5. I wouldn't say that, once again, that this is something that you need to be afraid of, but if your knight is on f3 instead of c3, you have more choices. For example, if your opponent in this position plays c6, to begin with, you don't have to play e3. You can just play, for example, Queen c2, followed by g3 and transpose into a good Catalan line. And even if you do play e3, after f5, because your knight is still on b1, you have a plan of later playing b3 followed by bishop a3. Just please don't do this right away, because after trading on a3, black will play queen a5 check, and you will lose a piece. So, but if you play bishop g3, castles followed by b3 and bishop a3, That's a legitimate line, good line. And here it's advantageous to have knight f3 instead of knight c3 in this move order. Another line which you can play against this move order is Slav Gambit, e4. Very sharp line. Again,
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. But you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go.
Fascinating line, but type of a line which you cannot play without preparation. The main line goes bishop d2, queen takes d4, bishop takes b4, queen takes e4 check. And now white has both bishop e2 and knight e2. I actually played this line on the black side for many, many years. And I have to tell you, it's exciting, and at the same time, it's a headache, because to remember those lines becomes really burdensome. It's incredible how much theory exists in this line nowadays. Black is doing fine, in my opinion, but the main difficulty is just to remember all of that. White, if he doesn't want to go into such a sharp line, can play knight c3, and many players go this way. So it's true that white is not pretending on too big of an advantage. Knight f6, and then white plays a3, bishop a5, bishop e3, and so forth. So here game is much more quiet. Black probably equalizes. I think black is doing fine, but at the same time, those of you who don't study a whole lot of theory, you can play this position for white. Not all equal positions are dead equal. You can still play for an advantage here. Black also has this move bishop b4, but this definitely shouldn't be a problem for white. After e5, white is probably just a little bit better, so this is, again, not something to worry about. Okay, so now let's talk about Tarrasch defense. I actually was intended to do this after talking about Char getting Gambit, but forgot. So if black plays e takes d5, obviously you can just play the main line Tarrasch, and this is no problem. However, starting with knight f3 gives you some more options. After knight f3, c5, takes, you don't have to put knight on c3. You can play some rare systems which might give a problem to your opponent. I would like to mention one great book on Tarrasch defense, which was written a couple of years ago by Grandmaster Jacob Agard and Master Nicholas Nitrilis, Greek analyst. So Greek author, he wrote some other chess books. So this is a great book. Authors work with tremendous amount of material, published a lot of analysis, computer analysis, and playing against Tarrasch defense nowadays is quite difficult. Players who manage to memorize this humongous amount of material are doing very well on the black side of Tarrasch defense. However, like I said, developing knight on f3 allows you to confuse your opponent a little bit. First of all, there is this line with bishop g5, in which case knight very often can go to d2. Okay, this is one option. I can say black is doing badly here, but this is just an option. Another option is to go like head in the main line, but now white has two ways to benefit from the fact that knight is not on c3. One is this move bishop e3, when after c4 white can play b3, c takes b3, queen takes b3, and then knight e5. Here we're talking strictly about extra tempo, because knight is not coming on c3, you save the tempo and you can play this way. I actually use this line to play against 15-year-old Ruslan Ponomarev during 1998 World Chess Olympiad in the list. Alex Yermolinsky was the one who recommended this system to me. And I got an advantage, but eventually game ended as a draw. But it's an interesting line. I think this is something which many Tarrasch players will be unfamiliar with. Another line is d takes c5, bishop takes c5, a3, followed by b4 and bishop b2. Vladimir Kravnik recently played this line against Matthew Sadler in a rapid game of London chess. It used to be London Chess Classic, but I think they called it a little bit differently when they played rapid game. So Kravnik played very interesting chess, but the game ended as a draw anyway. If your knight is on c3, by the way, I still will recommend the line with a3. So d takes c5, bishop takes c5, and now a3. Ogre, the neutralists, recommend here knight e4, a pawn sacrifice. And once again, based on computer analysis, they prove that the position is equal. But looking at the database and the games which were played in this line, black doesn't have a very good score. Objectively, yes, if you are a computer, you're going to draw this endgame. But if you are a human being, it's not so easy. Extra pawn is extra pawn, and it's not easy to play this position for black. Though, once again, objectively, it's equal. Okay, from Tar's defense, let's now move on to Rogozin defense. So this is what is called Rogozin defense. It can transpose into Nimzo Indian if white plays e3, but most often white plays something else. For many years, I thought that knight c3 is a very good way to avoid Rogozin defense. And the reason for that is that after bishop b4, e3, knight f6, white can enter this line in which he can move his knight to e2 instead of f3. And this makes a big difference. Maybe we should stop in this line. So there was a very famous game between Botvinnik and Capablanca over tournament 1938, which was brilliantly won by Botvinnik. And since then, this line for many, many years considered to be better for white. I myself won a nice game on the white side of this, pretty much using the same ideas which Botvinnik used in this game against Capablanca. Namely, white prepares, after a lot of preparation, white prepares this plan of e4. However, when I looked recently at the theory of this line, I discovered that black is doing very well. Thanks to the efforts of two grandmasters, Virel Bologan and Belarusian grandmaster Alexei Alexandrov, black has a lot of counterplay thanks to this move h5. For example, if white plays bishop b2, black is going to play c4, queen e2, h5 right away, and it's very problematic for white to execute this move e4. And if white plays rook a2, black can play queen d7, rook e2, and rook a d8. And Virel Balagan managed to even beat a very strong grandmaster Pavel Ilyanov in a recent Poikovsky tournament in this system. So no longer this system, which for many, many years had a reputation of being clearly better for white, no longer it could be considered as such. So I think it pretty much doesn't matter which move order do you use. But I would say that if you are facing a Rogozin defense, look at the latest game between Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian from Tata Steel tournament. Carlsen won a brilliant positional game. This is how this game continued. And now bishop takes f6, queen takes f6, queen a4 check, knight c6, e3, castles, bishop e2, bishop e6. All those moves is kind of old theory. They were played many times. And so rook f c1, bishop d6, queen d1, knight e7. But now Carlsen played this interesting plan. He played a3, b4, Aronian played knight c8, and now Carlsen played this plan when he played knight a4, knight b2, knight d3, with the idea eventually to get knight to e5. Also, it supports a minority attack with a4, b5. It stops black from having any counterplay on the king side. It was absolutely a brilliant win by Magnus Carlsen. Still, Rogozin defense remains incredibly popular on the grandmaster level. So, and I don't see why its popularity should vanish. So I'm pretty sure, it will remain so for quite some time. And finally, one more line which you need to know when you play knight f3 instead of knight c3 is so-called semi-Tarrasch defense. So black plays c5, but only with both knights on f3 and c3. And after c takes d5, he plays knight takes d5. By the way, e takes d5 is kind of a mistake here, because after bishop g5 followed by e3, the pawn on d5 will come with under a lot of fire. And so this is a bad move order for black. So if you want to play Tarrasch defense, you don't want to come knight f6. You always want to play knight c6 first after you play c5. So Scimitar's defense, knight takes d5, was not very popular. However, Bobby Fischer played in the ninth game of their famous 1972 World Championship match against Boris Spassky. And this game ended as a draw. It didn't really make this opening very popular, but what did was recent Vladimir Kramnik's attempts to use it. And so now it is quite popular on Grandmaster level. Kramnik himself had a lot of success with this line, and now it's picked up by Arkady Naidich, a strong German Grandmaster. So white can play both e4 and e3. In case of e3, you can even transpose into Caro-Kann defense by playing c takes d4, e takes d4, bishop b4. This is Panov-Botvinnik attack from Caro-Kann defense. And in case of e4, takes, even here black has some choices. He can play knight c6, in which case, for example, Peter Svigler played against Kramnik a3 move, not allowing bishop b4 check. Or black can play c takes d4, c takes d4, bishop b4 check, takes, castle, followed by knight d7 and b6. Also playable system. Hikaru Nakamura recently used it to win a game with black pieces in the World Chess Olympiad. So lots of different defenses for black. After d4, d5, c4, e6, different move orders. But I think now, after I presented you the whole picture, you will be able to make a choice of which move you like more, which move order you like more, because like I said, in both cases, you eliminate certain lines, but you allow other lines. And so it's not question which one is better, it's a question of your taste, which one you like more. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Goodbye. Hello, dear chess.com fans. I'm Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov on a Queen's Gambit Decline video dedicated to Cambridge Springs defense. Something about Cambridge Springs defense makes chess amateurs very excited. Maybe very rarely come out of Queen's Gambit. The most popular move order in which Cambridge Springs usually occurs is this move order. When black plays semi-Slav defense, white goes for bishop g5, and now there is a Botvinnik variation. There is Moscow and anti-Moscow variation. But many players prefer to transpose to Queen's Gambit by playing knight bd7. Please remember that you still need to know the Carlsbad variation after c takes d5, e takes d5. However, very often white plays e3, and after queen a5, we enter the Cambridge Springs. The name of the variation was given after 1904 international tournament in Cambridge Springs, Pennsylvania. This is a tiny town. At the time of the tournament, it was below 2,000. I think now it's just a little bit above 2,000. But at the beginning of the 20th century, chess tournaments quite often were held in cities with mineral springs. Carlsbad and Cambridge Springs, coincidentally, to those examples. All right, so now let's go to the chess part. So two most popular moves for white here are c takes d5 and knight d2. Let's start with knight d2 because historically, for many years, this move was considered to be more popular and more unpleasant for black. Black has two options after knight d2. The most popular, once again, for many years, was d takes c4, and after bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, knight takes c4, queen c7, black obtains a cramped position in exchange for a bishop pair. So black's idea is to complete his development and eventually to break free. So here is an example of how a game can develop. Rook c1, bishop e7, g3, castles, bishop g2, rook d8, castles. And now there are two moves, knight d5 and bishop d7. Very often they lead to transposition. So basically, black's idea is to play bishop d7 after knight e5, to play bishop e8. We'll make some moves on the board. Actually, let me start with knight d5. We're going to follow the latest game on high level played in this variation. Hikaru Nakamura versus Boris Gelfand, Moscow 2010. So white played queen b3, black played bishop g7, knight e5, queen b6. As I hope many of you know, in a cramped position, if you have a cramped position, you are interested to exchange. And if you have a space advantage, if you are on the opposite side of such position, you don't want to exchange. So that's why white played queen c2, black played the same move, bishop to e8, a3, rook a c8. So black is shooting for this move c5. White tries to stop this move by playing knight d3 and knight a4 later. But practice shows that eventually black can get free with c5 after a long preparation. f6 followed by bishop g6 is another way for black to improve. So black is doing just fine here. However, this is not to everyone's taste to play such cramped position. So lately, and when I say lately, I mean maybe in the last 20 years, black started more often to play this move, bishop b4. And the idea is, so white usually plays queen c2, black castles, white plays bishop e2, and now black's idea is to execute either e5 or c5. e5 is maybe best known because it happened in the first game and highly anticipated game between Magnus Carlsen and Garry Kasparov. It happened in 2004 at the Rapid tournament in Reykjavik, and 15-year-old Magnus was pressing hard. Kasparov was worse. So the game continued. Castles, e takes d4, knight b3, queen b6, e takes d4, d takes c4, bishop takes c4. White has isolated pawn. However, his position is better. Matter of fact, maybe just by passing, I will mention that many of our listeners, at least I know some of my students, somehow hear negative connotations in the word isolated pawn. I guess you can't help but do hear that. But in reality, it really depends. And many positions with isolated pawn are good for white, better for white, and this is one of them. Black still has problems with developing bishop on c8. This position is better for white, and slowly the popularity of e5 vanished, and black started playing a different pawn break, c5. Here, white plays knight b3. There are other moves in this position as well. For example, there was recently a game between, recently in 2013, between Levon Aronian and Shahmamediyarov, in which Levon played bishop h4. Game ended as a draw. There was nothing special in this game. Castles is another move which we're going to address, but first knight b3. So knight b3, queen a4. Now white goes for the pawn. Bishop takes f6, knight takes f6, d takes c5. But after d takes c4, bishop takes c4, queen c6, hitting g2, castle. Black wins the pawn, and we arrive almost by force into this position, which was played in many games. White is tiny bitty better. Black still needs to solve the problem of bishop on c8, but like in many other variations of Cambridge Springs, with accurate play, black should equalize. The latest game on high level was game between Mazet and Drave, 2012. The game ended in a draw. So, as analogy to e5 move, after c5, white can play castle and meet c takes d4 with knight b3. And just like in the variation with e5, white is probably just a little bit better in this line. After bishop takes c3, b takes c3, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, we arrive in the position which white has a bishop pair, but black has perfect pawn structure and hope eventually to play against this pawn. The latest game in this line, once again, was a game by Alexei Drave, who is big proponent Cambridge Springs variation. Like I said before, most often this variation happens in his games through Semislav move order, but he plays it a lot, and he has overall pretty good result with this. So bishop e2, h6, bishop h4, knight e5, and in couple more moves, Drave solved all opening problems, and he managed even to win this game. Obviously, his win didn't come as a result of the opening. Position close to equality. So that's kind of a situation with the knight d2 line today. So black is fighting for equality, and in the majority of cases, he gets it. More ambitious and more interesting move is c takes d5. Knight takes d5 is the main line. There were attempts to revive e takes d5. The idea is still to play knight e4, but as it was established a long time ago, I remember the first time I saw this variation was in a book with Alehein's best games, annotated by him, and he mentioned that after knight takes g5, knight takes g5, white has a strong initiative. Black tried to argue with this point, but practice didn't confirm that. So white is doing very well. He can play e4, he can play f4. So after knight f6, I think I've seen Alexander Grishu game in which he played h3 first and then proceeded with f4, eventually winning the game. So looks like, and I have to mention, of course, that taking this pawn on c3 is very dangerous, and white maybe doesn't even have to give up this pawn. There is this move queen d2, which after bishop b4 allows white to play a3, so that's probably okay for white as well. So let's go back to moment when black takes on d5 with a knight. So this is the main line. Originally, like I was talking about knight d2 being more popular than c takes d5, one of the reasons was that it was considered to be risky for white, because after queen d2, bishop b4, followed by knight 7 b6 and knight a4, black wins a pawn. However, it was established that white can sacrifice this pawn in many different variations. One game which was very important game for this line was game by Vladimir Kramnik versus Cuban Grandmaster Lazaro Bruzon, Torino Olympiad 2006. So in this game, after castle, Kramnik played a3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, queen takes a3, and after e4 followed by bishop d3, he developed a strong initiative and won brilliant game. This game had a lot of publicity. However, black found out that he doesn't have to take the pawn. In a matter of fact, after queen d2, bishop b4, rook c1, h6, bishop h4, the most popular move for black became c5. And so after a3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, black, instead of taking this pawn, which once again leads to, after e4, to similar position from the game Kramnik-Bruzon, black started to play this move b6, going into the endgame, which almost by force arising after c4, queen takes d2, knight takes d2. Black has two moves, knight 5 f6 and knight e7. Knight e7 is the more popular one. And lots of games were played in this line, but I don't think there is a definite conclusion whether it's equal or slightly better for white. The latest games mostly end in a draw, so which means that looks like this is definitely playable line for black. Looks like f3 is the strongest move for white. And once again, Alexei Dreyev was the one who played on the black side of this position several times. He played bishop a6 and drew game against Vladimir Potkin in 2012, but he was slightly worse in this game, and then in a rapid game against Alexander Moisenko in 2013, he played f5, and he even won this game, but once again, it was a rapid game. It had nothing to do with the opening. I think players with white pieces definitely shouldn't shy away from this endgame. Like I said, it's probably just a little bit better for white, but with accurate play, black probably has good chances to equalize. There was an attempt for white to avoid the endgame. Therefore, in 2011, in two games of the same tournament, Vikensee Tata Steel tournament, Livon Aronin and Vishu Anand played bishop c4 against Alexei Shurev. Unfortunately, Alexei, who has a lot of chess fans for his uncompromising style, lost both those games. But since then, there were, in one of the games, he played knight takes c3, and another one he took on d4. But like I said, he lost both those games. However, there were some developments since then, and it seems that after knight 7 to b6, black is doing just fine. There was a game after bishop b5 check in which Ruslan Ponomarev, I think, drew on the black side. And then there was a game between Mamediyarov and Jerebuch in Khanty 6 2011 when Shah played bishop d3, but after c takes d4, e takes d4, bishop d7, a3. So we go into a similar endgame, but probably a better version for black, because in this particular position, black can play knight f4. This is, by the way, one of the reasons why we play h6 earlier on. And after bishop to f1, bishop c6, they soon agreed for a draw. Black definitely has no problems in this position. He completed his development, and meanwhile, white's still struggling with developing his king side. Finally, the fashion turned out for white. Instead of playing queen d2, white tries to save a move, and after knight takes d5, starting playing rook c1. The latest developments in this line are connected to knight takes c3, b takes c3, bishop a3 variation. So Magnus Carlsen played this line twice. First, he beat Boris Gelfand in a great positional game, but then he found himself on the white side against Mamediyarov. This was in tournament dedicated to the memory of Ugar Gashimov at 2014. You know, it's kind of funny, but he won both games. So he proved that opening doesn't matter too much. More important, who is playing. So first he beat Gelfand with black, and then he beat Mamediyarov with white. Those games both were very similar. So, like, Boris played bishop d3, and after bishop a6 castles, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, and white played e4. And Magnus himself developed bishop on e2, but I don't think those differences are very significant. However, you have to trust to the world champion, and since he played game against Mamediyarov after he played game against Gelfand, so we can conclude that probably this move order is preferable for white. Once again, you can see how white can count an advantage having more space, having this strong pawn center, but at the same time, there is no question in my mind that black can play this position and play successfully. So right now, this is maybe the critical position of this line, the most popular. Overall, Cambridge Springs remains a popular opening, maybe not as aggressive as most people think. As you can see, in most cases, black fights for equality, but I think his chances to get an equality are very good, and it's variation like many other variations. So please play Cambridge Springs in your game. Good luck. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Goodbye.
close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Hello, dear chess friends. I'm Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. We continue our series on videos on Queen's Gambit decline, and today we're going to talk about two most solid defenses against Bishop G5 line in Queen's Gambit decline. First, we'll talk about so-called Lasker's defense. This name, Lasker's defense, belongs to this move knight e4. This move is a very good weapon on the grandmaster level in order to equalize. You're not gonna see many wins for black, many sharp gains. Black is just trying to trade some pieces and make a draw. And indeed, the vast majority of games end as a draw. One of the most famous games in World Championship history, in the latest history, was played by this opening. In the 12th and the last game of 2010 World Championship match in Sofia between Veselin Topalov and Vishy Anand, who actually played this opening a lot, played this move, and after bishop e7, queen e7, rook c1, c6, bishop e2, sometimes white plays bishop d3. It doesn't matter, it's usually transposes. So after all those moves, they enter the most popular line of this opening. And after b6, bishop d3, c5, bishop e4, rook b8, queen c2, Vishy played a rare move. He played knight f6. I like this move and I like this position to illustrate one point about weak pawns and activity of the pieces. Many of our listeners, when they look at this position, they probably will see this weak pawn on c5 and will assume that white's position must be better because of this. However, after queen c2, bishop b7, the activity of black pieces more than compensate for the weakness of this pawn. Objectively, position is equal, but it was the last game of the match. The score was even, and since Anand's rapid play, his skill in the rapid play is very well known, and Topalov presumably is not as good as a rapid play player as Anand, Topalov took a lot of risk in this game, tried to win too hard, and eventually lost this game, which allowed Anand to keep the title of world champion. However, this is not the only way to play this system. a5, which is another possible move for black, is also fine, which was proved once again in a game from the Grand Prix tournament between Timur Rajabov and Fabiano Caruana in Baku in 2014. Rajabov played rook c1, and now Caruana played bishop h6, which was a novelty, clearly prepared. And the game ended in a draw, as I mentioned before, majority of the games played by this opening. So this is definitely not a big threat to black, but to be honest, the latest developments are not very optimistic for white. There were a couple of games in which black played knight d7, castle, d takes c4, and now white played rook takes c4. There were two games in 2015 on highest level between Levon Aronian was white in both of those games, in a rapid game. First actually was a classical game in which Fabiano Caruana played in this position a5. I assume the idea of this move is to prepare to stop b4. Only after rook c1, rook e8, a3, black played knight b6, and the game ended in a draw. However, in rapid part, Hikaru Nakamura decided not to play a5 and just play rook e8, and after he played e5, and after queen c2, now rook e8, and after rook c1, e takes d4, knight takes d4, knight f6, a3, bishop e6, knight takes e6, queen takes e6. Position is very equal, and the game ended in a draw anyway. So, as you can see, currently White doesn't have, or at least on highest grandmaster level, he doesn't currently have tools to fight this opening. However, I do have a recommendation for those with white pieces, and this is to play this very sharp line, which starts with h4 or g4. By the way, it doesn't matter which move you play first. Looks like in the majority of games, this just leads to simple transposition. So white plays h4, and after black plays something like knight d7, white plays g4. This opening was first played on the highest level. I mean, this system was played before, not so few times, but actually the first game in which this exact position happened was the game between Aronian and Hare Krishna. When I said that the system was played before, I meant that g4, h4 moves. But this exact position was first played in a highly publicized game between Levon Aronian and Hare Krishna in a World Team Championship in 2011. Aronian won this game, and then this position became very popular. Almost 30 games were played since then, with very good results for white. So, of course, there were probably reasons why Levon Aronian didn't play this way against Nakamura and Caruana. However, unless you are a super grandmaster and you know exact answer against this system, I think it makes sense to try it for white. If you look at database, you will see several games by very solid German grandmaster Daniel Friedman, where he tried to defend this position on the black side. But he drew against Shahryar Mamediyarov in 2011. But then twice he was defeated first by Luke Van Wely in 2012, and then by Verozhana Koban in 2014. So the idea of h4, g4 obvious is to get some space. White would like to play g5, and so it's a game. It's a game. It's definitely not a draw. Like I said, white wins the majority of those games. The number of decisive games is incredibly different compared to most other lines in Lasker defense. So makes it very interesting game. Now let's move to another very popular and very solid opening, so-called Tartakover-Makagonov-Bondarevsky line. Quite complex name to begin with, and so to remember three of those names is not easy. So for simplicity, people call it TMB. It's named after three chess players, two grandmasters, and master Makagonov, Russian master. And it's incredibly solid and popular opening throughout the history. Was played by Savely Tartakover in early 1900s. Maybe if we are talking about history and we're talking a history of World Championship, maybe the most famous game was game between Bobby Fischer and Boris Spassky. So this featured this line in which black goes for so-called hanging pawns. So this is the position which happened in this game. And now Fischer played this move bishop b5. After a6, the pawns were traded, and that's what we call hanging pawns. And in few moves, Fischer played knight d4, taking advantage of the knight on d7, that the queen is now pinned. And after knight d4, black queen f8. By the way, king f8 is also a typical move in this line, but Spassky played queen f8. And after knight takes e6, f takes e6, Fischer played e4. The idea of this move is to break down all black pawns. After d takes e4, we'll see black having a lot of pawn islands. Spassky decided to avoid that and played d4, but after Fischer played f4, e5, bishop c4, he was able to demonstrate his unbelievable technique and won this game. So this game went down to chess history as one of the greatest Fischer's victories. Needless to say that since 1972, black found different ways to fight this particular system. And as recently as in 2010, there was a game between then Ukrainian chess players Stanislav Bogdanovich and Igor Kovalenko, in which Kovalenko played queen b7, sacrificed a pawn, and very quickly developed his pieces. Black has great compensation for the pawn, white can't castle, and Kovalenko soon won the game. So this line no longer has any theoretical significance. Basically, if you look at the theory at Grandmaster games, white doesn't have a clear way to get advantage in this line. This line also was used extensively in a series of matches between Garry Kasparov and Anatoly Karpov. They played this for both sides. Basically, they played this particular position in a lot of their games. b4 was the move which they both played, but the vast majority of their games ended up in draws. Both c5 and c6 are possible. Both lead to equal positions, and really there is nothing white can brag about. So basically, white obtains this very safe position, and so white plays here queen d2 or bishop b5. So the idea is to play against this isolated pawn on d5. It's not isolated right now, but usually becomes isolated eventually after white protects his knight on c3 and plays d takes c5. But like I said, it doesn't present black with too challenging problems. Eventually game ends in a draw. Once again, latest Grandmaster practice. Also didn't produce any scary moments for black. It featured in the games of two world's best players at the moment in World Rapid Chess Championship in Dubai. Both Magnus Carlsen and Levon Aronian played Kingside Castle. It's interesting that they played the same system: Queen b3, Rook a8, and Rook a1. The idea of this system is to discourage black from playing c5, though Magnus' opponent, Bulgarian master Kirill Georgiev, played this move anyway, and after d takes c3, bishop takes c3, queen takes c3, b takes c5, once again we saw a position with those hanging pawns. Georgiev was perfectly fine through most of the game, but as usually, Magnus eventually prevailed by winning the equal endgame. Vishy Anand's game, his opponent Vishy was white, and black was his compatriot Pintala Harikrishna. So Harikrishna played c6, and which maybe is a little bit inferior to c5. And after rook fe1, knight d7, Anand played e4, which is a very typical way to find against c6 structure in this position. After d takes e4, bishop d3, Anand was able to develop initiative and also won this game eventually. However, we have to conclude that black is doing fine overall. So I kind of underline certain white systems which you can play if you are a positional player and you would like to play quietly and play against those hanging pawns. But for those of you who like sharp game, I would recommend this move g4. This move was used successfully by Alexander Grishuk in a recent game against Peter Leko. Grishuk won a very sharp game. Leko played knight takes g4, bishop e7, queen e7, and after c takes d5, e takes d5, knight takes d5. It was just very, very sharp game. But since Peter Leko is a very solid player who generally tries to avoid this type of position, Grishuk's choice looks perfect. And he revealed that in his notation to this game in New in Chess magazine, that he didn't quite believe in objective value of this, but he thought this was a good choice against Peter Leko, and it definitely paid off. So the theory of this line is in its infancy, so there is not much theory here, so you can definitely try this move, and if you like sharp game, you have plenty to play for. And finally, looks like there is another avenue which can become very popular soon, and that's this move bishop takes f6. First of all, I wouldn't say that this is something new. Once again, this move was played many, many times, including those Karpov-Kasparov matches. But it looks like because of this equalizing power, which is kind of built in those Lasker and TMB systems, this system might become more popular. It looks like Queen b3 is emerging as a new trend. By the way, both e3 and Queen c2 were played as well. But Queen b3 was played lately by Chinese Grandmaster Bu Xianji, among other players. And now black has three main moves: c6, which was recently played in just concluded European Championship in Israel by Alexander Huzman, but his opponent, another Alexander Moisenko, played rook d1 followed by e4, and this game was won by white. Another move is d takes c4, in which case white plays queen takes c4 followed by e3. Buxianji played this opening twice in 2011, and he scored 1.5 out of 2, but honestly, he was better in both those games. And finally, there is c5 move, which was played by Dmitry Yakovenko in a rapid game against Boris Gelfand in 2009, and Gelfand played d takes c5 and won the game, as well as Buxianji against Indian Grandmaster Andiban in 2011. So you can find those games in database, and there is no question that this is not a line which is overwhelmed with a lot of theoretical knowledge, so probably will be not the most expected system for your opponents. So still a lot to play for both white and black in those old lines of Queen's Gambit decline. In the next 2 videos, we'll cover the most popular systems today, the systems when white plays bishop f4 instead of bishop g5, and this will conclude our series on Queen's Gambit decline. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Goodbye. Hello, dear chess friends. This is Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov with another video on Queen's Gambit decline. Today, we're going to talk about most popular variation today, namely bishop f4. This move was first time played in mid 1800s. Such famous grandmasters as Blackburn, Steinitz, Pillsbury, Lasker toward the end of the 19th century starting employing this move, and it was relatively popular, though not as popular as bishop g5. The resurgence of popularity of this move happened after Viktor Korchnoi played it in a world championship match against Anatoly Karpov. In their ninth game, Korchnoi first time employed this move, bishop f4, and the game followed this direction. White played queen c2, knight c6, a3, in order to stop b4. Black plays queen a5. Korchnoi played rook d1, b4 maybe is a threat again, though sometimes black can sacrifice knight takes b4. In any case, black moves his bishop away, bishop e7, not to worry about the threat. Now Korchnoi played knight d2, e5, bishop g5, d4, knight b3. In ninth game, Karpov played queen d8. Later in the 23rd game, he played queen b6. But in both cases, Korchnoi was a little bit better, and it definitely was a huge boost for players who played Queen's Gambit Decline on the white side. However, as theory was developing, there were new and new resources found for black. After knight b3, queen d8, bishop e2, Karpov played h6 in this position. But later it was established that a5 is a better move. And after knight a4, black probably has other good moves, but I personally like knight g4. After knight g4, bishop takes e7, queen takes e7. I think black is doing great. So here, for example, if white plays h3, black can decide whether to sacrifice a knight, which, according to the computer, leads to dead equal position. Obviously, you need to be computer to understand why. Or black can play knight h6, which also gives him a good game. So one way or another, e takes d4 looks like a more logical move. But even here, after queen h4, black is doing very well. This is it's interesting that Korchnoi himself played this line on the black side against Arthur Yusupov in 1987, and I think this is kind of essentially killed his own invention, the rook d1 move. So here, Yusupov played bishop takes g4, and Korchnoi won the game. And after white plays g3, queen h3 is very annoying for white. And all those lines, white king is stuck in the center, and black has dangerous initiative. So not a very attractive line to play on the white side. I worked on trying to improve this line, but unfortunately didn't succeed. So right now, black is doing very well. So, like I said, this game was played in 1987. And sometime in 1988, I started working with Grandmaster Michael Gurevich. So one day we were sitting in his apartment in Moscow with trying to find improvement for white in this line. So we set up this position, and now I remember very vividly, the phone rang. Michael went to the kitchen to pick up the phone. And when finally he came back, he saw this position on the board. So I would modestly call this Kaidanov variation because I was the one who discovered this move. So we quickly played a couple moves on the board. And now Michael pointed out g4, also very quickly. I was stunned how quickly he came up with this move. And we started analyzing this exciting position. So we really like white's position, and very soon Michael had a chance to play this line. His opponent was Andrei Sokolov, and in a very highly publicized game in the Soviet Championship of 1988, as it usually happens when you first time encounter a novelty, when you face the novelty, your reaction is not the best. Andrei Sokolov played b5 in the after g4, and after bishop takes b5, bishop b7, knight d2, he really didn't get anything, and his queen is in danger after knight c4. So white proceeded to win this game rather quickly. However, this was only the beginning. The variation became incredibly popular, and eventually analysis went very deep. And it took quite a long time, about 10 years, for black players to find a reply. And it was found in the knight e7 move. I believe the first success for black in this line was in the game between Luc Van Vele and Nigel Short in Vikensee tournament in 1997. And then later, Vishanant and Vladimir Kramnik played the same game in so-called advanced chess. They already were allowed to use computer in Lyon, Spain in 2002. So Short won his game, Kramnik drew game against Anand, but one way or another, it was established that black is doing well here. He has enough for equality, and it looked like the whole variation with queenside castle died. It is played relatively rare nowadays. However, I think that h4 move still might keep the variation alive. So after white plays h4, black has different moves. For example, a6 looks very logical with the idea b5, b4. But here, after knight g5, h6, white can proceed with g4, and the position remains very, very sharp. For example, there was a game, Ruben Contrones in 1989, which proceeded with b5, knight c4, g6. At the time, it was published in Informant, and the conclusion was that black has a very good position. But now, with the help of computers, we know that white has this amazing move, knight takes f7, and position just explodes. It's completely crazy position, but computer likes it, so it's definitely not a refutation of line with queenside castle. However, there are many possible improvements for black here. One move which is not an improvement, and the move against which h4 is designed, is e5. So obviously, the reason why g4 is met by e5, because bishop is coming to g4. However, after h4, e5 is not so strong because it weakens d5 square, and it proves important in some of the lines. After bishop g5, for example, bishop g4, white can play probably king b1, quiet move. But eventually, white is going to play bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight d5. And this is very different position compared to g4 move. White doesn't have any weaknesses. White didn't sacrifice anything. So here, his initiative is going to develop for free. By the way, black can vary different move orders, and probably a little bit more precise move order for black is to play bishop e7 here instead of taking on c4 first. In case of g4, will be no difference, because after d takes c4, white still has to take on c4. g5 runs into knight d5. So it will be the same line. However, after h4, black has other moves. He doesn't have to take on c4. Looks like rook d8 is a very logical move. And now white can play maybe king b1, knight d2, but the most aggressive move is g4. And once again, I think white does have good chances for the initiative. So, for example, after d takes c4, bishop takes c4, there was a game, Rustemov Kharitonov, in which black played bishop d7, g5, knight h5, bishop d6. And I think white still has a shot at the advantage. Black is close to equality, but I like white's position. I think he still might be a little bit better. At the same time, there is another very sharp move, which is e5, right after g4. And this move was played in the game Nair-Korobov in 2003. But once again, there is a big difference between this line and the line when white plays g4 without h4. So here, black pawn is on d5, and after knight takes d5, looks like white is better. So maybe the line is still alive if white plays h4 instead of g4. However, this is not the main reason why c5 is not as popular today as knight bd7. Since 1970s, 1980s, white found other ways to play against this system. And looks like right now, the most challenging move for white is a simple bishop e2. So white just wants to castle kingside. So if black plays d takes c4, bishop takes c4, e5, then bishop g3, and that's something we discussed before. The weakness of d5 square gives white a slight advantage. After bishop g4, white can even ignore the exchange on f3 and play castles. After bishop takes f3, g takes f3, white has very good control over light squares. The fact that king is open is pretty much irrelevant because black can't attack the king. And so looks like of course, in all those lines, we have b4 move. So I omitted two moves. After a3, queen a5, white has to play rook d1 first. Black plays bishop e7, and only now white plays bishop e2. So here, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, e5, bishop g3, bishop g4, and castle. This is a position we're talking about. This position was played in 2 games on Grandmaster level. Kachev-Sokolov, France 2009, and more recently, Vietnamese Grandmaster Lee Quang Liem played this position as well. Both games ended in white's victories. Instead of d takes c4, black can play another move, knight e4 here. However, after c takes d5, knight takes c3, b takes c3, e takes d5, castle, white still keeps a better position. Black cannot take this pawn up with the bishop because after rook a1, queen c5, queen b3, bishop is simply trapped. If he takes with the queen, white plays rook takes d5, and you can see white has huge development advantage. Plus, white has very high concentration of the pieces on the king side, so dangerous position for black. So bishop f6 was played by Rustam Kasimjanov against Anish Giri in a recent game in 2014. But after c4, bishop e6, bishop g5, white was better and eventually won the game. So the latest developments are not encouraging for black. Looks like this line is favorable for white. Now we can move back. So the main move, knight b7, I will cover in the next video. But right now, I just would like to mention another move for black, which is b6. For quite some time, white had troubles proving his advantage. White tried this move c takes d5, but after knight takes d5, knight takes d5, queen takes d5, it turns out it's too risky for white to take the opponent c7 after something like knight a6 followed by bishop b4 check, or sometimes knight b4. Black gets a lot of initiative, and so white can't count on any advantage. However, simple move bishop d3, which by the way was played a lot in those 1800 games which I mentioned at the beginning of this video. So this simple move right now is becoming the main response to b6, and few games including games between super grandmasters which were played lately prove that it's not so easy for black to equalize. For example, if black plays something like bishop b7, castles, and c5, white can play queen e2. This position is very similar to the position in Tartakova variation, with the only exception that bishop is on f4 instead of g5 or h4 after black plays h6. So it's probably to white's favor, and looks like white is doing well here. So black started taking on c4 instead of playing bishop b7. So d takes c4, bishop takes c4, bishop b7. And once again, by making very simple moves, white accomplishes a better position. So rook f d1, b5, bishop d3, bishop d6, and after bishop g5, h6, bishop h4. Actually, this position happened in 2 games on the grandmaster level, high level. First of all, David Navarra got a little bit better position after queen e7, knight e4 in the game against German grandmaster Buchmann. And then later on, Hikaru Nakamura and Vishanan played this position in a blitz game. Vishu played c5. However, after knight e4, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook a7, d takes c5, knight takes c5, bishop c2, Hikaru kept bishop pair advantage and won the game. So obviously, speed chess game is not a game which you can heavily rely on, but when we're talking about players like Nakamura and Anand, quality is pretty good. Plus, some of these might be still their home analysis. And finally, Magnus Carlsen decided to improve on all of that and played bishop a6 in the game against Chinese grandmaster Ding Liren. in the latest, his victory in the tournament, in VKNZ tournament in 2015. But this particular game nearly became a disaster. So Ding Liren played Queen E2, and Carlsen struggled pretty much the whole game. At some point, he had dead lost position. As it often happens with the world champion, he got lucky. You can say that the world champion got lucky, but when you say it too often, it's maybe not only luck. But the game ended as a draw, though Chinese Grandmaster was winning. So the final conclusion is that White is doing very well after bishop f4, both c5 and b6. So in the latest video of the series on Queen's Gambit Decline, we'll establish what exactly happens in the main line after Black plays knight b to d7. So I'm looking forward to present this video, but goodbye for now. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Hello, dear chess.com friends. I'm Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov with the 10th and final video on Queen's Gambit decline. Today, we're going to cover the most fashionable variation, the most modern variation of the Queen's Gambit decline. The line with bishop f4 when black plays this move knight b to d7. As I mentioned in previous videos, c5, which used to be the main line, had some problems, and so black players turned to knight b d7 as their main weapon in attempt to equalize. This line is almost exclusively played on grandmaster level because this is the way black is trying to equalize. I read some of your comments, and some of you express opinions that, oh, the maximum black can have is a draw. And that's true. That's Queen's Gambit decline. That's an opening which grandmasters play in order to make a draw. When knight b d7 was first introduced, the white tries different moves. I would say that maybe bishop d3 was popular, and then a3 and c takes d5. So all those three moves were the favorites, but white was not getting too much. Most of those positions were equal positions, were a bunch of draws. And so finally, c5 emerged as the main line. A really important game for the history of this line was the game which was played by Anatoly Karpov. In 2002, he played a rapid game against Kirill Georgiev, in which he introduced very interesting idea. Knowing Karpov, usually when you see some of novelties in his games, you know that they belong to one of his coaches. And so sometimes I can tell you for sure who this novelty belongs to, but in this particular case, I don't know for sure. I kind of suspect that young Grandmaster Alexander Ryazantsev, who worked with Karpov, may be the author of this novelty, but don't know for sure. In any case, this was very, very interesting novelty. So the idea was that white sacrifices a pawn, and sometimes even two pawns, in order to get this pawn all the way to c7. And with this bad rook on a6 and the strong pawn on c7, white has great compensation for the pawn. After b4, white plays knight b5, and Kirill Georgiev played in this position knight e4, Karpov played castle. There were some inaccuracies in this game, but it was a rapid game, plus this was the first experience in this line. Eventually, Karpov won. The variation very quickly became very, very popular, and there were a lot of games played. And so this is what emerged as the most reliable line for black. And in this position, white played this move, knight to g5, an amazing move, in an attempt to sacrifice a knight. But the idea, of course, is to get d square, d6 square for this knight. Black cannot take on g5 at least twice, because if he does, then after knight d6 followed by c8 queen, white just will win tons of material. So in the game Aronian Adams, which was played in 2013, black played knight d to f6, and after knight takes e4, knight takes e4, f3, rook a5, white played queen e2, and the game eventually ended as a draw. So this line was considered to be equal since 2013, and here came a groundbreaking novelty. In the recent World Championship match, in the last World Championship match, Vichy Anand simply took the knight, and after rook takes b5, played queen takes a4. The reason why Magnus Carlsen missed this idea was because originally computers showed equality. So it doesn't look like white has anything, but Vichy analyzed deeper and turned out that this position is already winning for white. It's amazing how you can get from what computer shows an equal position to completely winning. This is one of those extremely valuable opening novelty which was produced despite of the fact of computer evaluation. So though computers are obviously extremely strong, they're not perfect, and sometimes when humans can analyze, they can go a little bit deeper and improve on the computer play. So thanks to this line, Vichy won the only game in this World Championship match, and it was a very important game because with this victory he leveled the score, and Magnus had to work very hard and even to have some luck eventually to win the match. After that, I mean, the match happened only just a few months ago. And after the match, already there were few developments. And so Black obviously found ways to go into different lines. So after c5, Black has other moves. It looks like knight h5 and knight e4 are two moves which allow Black to play for equality. After knight h5, Vichy tried bishop e5 in a rapid game against Hikaru Nakamura, and he lost his game once again. It has nothing to do with the openings. But in their classic game, they played the same variation, and Vichy won, though I don't think this is so bad for Black. So after b6, b4, a5, a3, c6. So you can see Black's ideas are very similar to the line we looked at. So the only difference is that bishop on f4 and knight on f6 are missing. So g3, bishop a6. In this position, Maxim Vacherla-Grave exchanged bishop against Timur Ajabov in Vacanze 2015, but he didn't get anything. Game ended in a draw. But Vichy, a month later, or maybe a few days later in February, played rook e1 against Hikaru. And after bishop f6, king g2, Hikaru took on d3, and eventually Vichy won the game. White's position maybe is just a little bit better, but he managed to win this game. However, when I looked at this position with the help of the computer, it looks like this line, knight takes c5, seems quite fine for Black. So White's idea is that he doesn't lose a pawn. Bishop takes c3 will run into queen c2 check, and White will win bishop back with a slight advantage. But if Black simply plays king g8, his bishop pair remains on the board. He has this passed pawn, which he sometimes can push. For example, if knight e5, rook f d8 with the idea to push d pawn. And if White plays something like queen d4, Black maybe can play rook b8 with the idea to penetrate with a rook on the b file. So looks like Black is doing okay here. So this position looks to be about equal. Actually, maybe Black can even play this move, rook b8 right away, right here. So one way or another, this is a line in which White has to show where his advantage might be. And another possibility for Black after c5 is to play knight to e4. And here White has two moves, rook c1 and queen c2. After queen c2, we'll have stonewall type of position after f5, and white played knight e5, bishop to f6, knight takes d7, bishop takes d7, f3, and now in a recent game from European Championship, Joshua played knight g5 against Sigurov, and white won. But I think black can play instead g5, once again a computer recommendation, and looks like this position should be somewhere about equal. So maybe white is just a little bit better, but not enough for black to worry about this too much. So I guess this is playable position for both sides. So this is queen c2 line, and then rook c1 was played in a game between, actually it was played in two games. So after knight c3, rook c3, b6, c6, knight f6. So two games followed the same path, a3, a5, and rook c2 in anticipation of knight a4. And Danny Reznikov played here bishop a6 against Nikita Vitugov, but Vitugov got a small advantage after bishop takes a6, rook takes a6, knight a5, and eventually won the game. And Fabiano Caruana played knight a4 right away, which led to similar position, but with extra tempo for black, because white bishop took two moves to take on a6. And once again, this is a playable position for both sides. White is maybe just tiny better, but Fabiano managed to make a draw. So right now, it seems like white started moving in another direction. So after e3, knight bd7, it seems like queen c2 is emerging as next try for white's advantage. So it becomes a very fashionable move. So the main line is c5. However, also there is a6 move with the idea to take on c4 and play b5. And here, white follows the same patterns, c5, c6, bishop d3, but because black plays b6 here, with the pawn being already on a6, white has some extra chances. For example, Evgeny Nair played knight e5 against Andrei Devyatkin in 1999, and he got a small advantage and eventually won the game. So, but the main move, as I mentioned, is c5. And originally, when white played this line many years ago, it usually followed the variation cd5, knight d5, knight d5, e d5, d takes c5, knight takes c5. And white tried to take advantage of this isolated pawn. But lots of games, lots of experience proved that all this is in vain. So the vast majority of games played with this line end as a draw. It's white can't count even on a small advantage. So relatively recently, white started to play this move, rook to d1. And it seems to me that lots and lots of games will be played in this line, already were played. And it looks like right now, this is the main line of Queen's Gambit decline, the main direction in which theory is going. There are two moves for black here, c takes d4 and queen a5. After queen a5, again, we go into the line, which becomes quite fashionable and, interestingly enough, quite forced. So white is threatening knight b3. So black plays c takes d4, e takes d4, d takes c4. knight takes c4, queen d8. So once again, white has isolated pawn, and black is trying to play against this pawn. And several games, which is kind of surprising because it doesn't look like it's a force line, but several games followed this route. So castles, bishop d7, and now d5. So very interesting move. It's not good for black to take this pawn. White's idea that after e takes d5, knight takes d5, he's going to take on h7, then take on d5 with a rook, hitting the bishop, and possibly playing rook h5 on the next move. And white has obviously very strong attack on black king, not mentioning an extra pawn. So this line is out of question. So black played king h8 in several of the games. And now rook fd8, by the way, is another move. And now white has this interesting move, queen e2, rook a to e8. Rook fe8 was played in the game Grachov-Rosen, which was won by white. And now, instead of playing d6, which leads to equality, white can play bishop to b1, and after e takes d5, knight takes d5, bishop b5 was played in the game Itorizaga-Molina, and white was slightly better in this game. And finally, the latest game was knight takes d5, rook takes d5, game between two Russian players, Pavel Smirnov and Grigory Aparin, in 2013. And black played here bishop e6, and the game ended as a draw. But I think I found an improvement for white. White can play rook b5, queen a6, bishop d3, and it seems like white can't count on a small advantage. So here black still has to do some work to repair this line. Looks like this line is working in white's favor right now. So let's go back to rook d1, and now we'll go to the main move, which is c takes d4. Rook takes d4, quite unexpected move in this position. E takes d4, by the way, was played a few times as well with a different degree of success. But rook takes d4 looks like the most challenging move for black. Queen a5 is the main move. Boris Savchenko just played bishop b4 move just a few days ago at the Airflon Open against Shahriar Mamidyarov, and it was a disaster. He lost in only 19 moves. I'm sure not because of bishop b4 is that bad, but because of some mistakes he made later on. But still, obviously, it's very discouraging. So queen a5, like I said, is the main line. And here, also, interestingly enough, we have some forced moves. White plays bishop g3. Maybe they are not forced. However, they were played in a lot of games. So bishop g3, black played knight to b6, and white played knight d2, knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, d takes c4, knight takes c4, queen a6, and white castle. So again, surprisingly enough, this position was played in several Grandmaster games, and as so often happens, the evaluation is somewhere between slightly better for white and equal. My impression is that the best try for black for equality is this move, bishop to c5. The latest game in this line was game between two Russian players, Alexei Goganov and Ernesto Inarkiv. So after rook h4, h6, rook d1, bishop d7. All those are very natural moves. Knight e5, rook f d8, rook c4, rook a c8. And so white eventually won, but I think black did have good chances to equalize. So after bishop h4, g5, Gaganov came up with this very interesting move, knight e4, and now Ernesto played bishop e7 and lost. But I think if black plays knight takes e4, and for example, after knight takes d7, this really difficult move to c, queen c6, once again, all those are computer findings. So turns out that this position is equal. So looks like with accurate play, black should be able to equalize. However, bishop c5 is a rare move, and majority of games follow this move, bishop d7. And after bishop d7, white plays rook f to d1, bishop to c6, bishop d6, bishop takes d6, knight takes d6, and white's initiative is annoying. So bishop d5, knight db5. Now rook a c8 maybe deserves some attention, though white's still is a little bit better. But two games followed move queen b6. After e4, bishop c6, knight d6, e5, rook 4 d3, rook a d8. Levon Aronian played h3 here against Timur Radjabov in 2011, and this game ended as a draw. But Jan Nepomniachtchi tried to improve on his play, and he played queen c1 here in the recent game from European Championship. A lot of games were played with Queen's Gambit decline in this recent European Championship in Jerusalem. You can see this is really popular opening right now. His opponent was much low rated, about 250 points. And Nepomniachtchi won this game. But white's position is a little bit more pleasant to play, so he wants to play either rook g3 followed by queen g5 or queen h6, and knight is coming to f5. So no wonder that it's very easy to make a mistake in this position, and white won only 5 moves later, which obviously is not easy to expect. However, it just shows the dangers that black might be experiencing in this position. So you can see why this line is becoming the most popular line right now, because it looks like white is pressing. It's so difficult nowadays to get an advantage for white in any opening, but looks like for a moment white is doing pretty well in this variation of Queen's Gambit decline. So like so often we say black is ball is on black's court. However, there are players who like those positions. Black's position is always very solid. White is only playing for a small advantage. And so on Grandmaster level, opening like this is quite popular. So still many people play Queen's Gambit decline on the black side. In my videos, so as I said, this was the 10th video. So I tried to present both sides. I tried to show best chances, best variations for both white and black. And so hopefully you have a good overview, not only from historical perspective, but also from the point of view, what are the best variations and what are the best ways to play this very old and very popular opening. So I played chess basically all my life. I started playing chess when I was 6 years old, and I still can't stop to be amazed about how resourceful the game is and how many ideas you can find. All those talks about the droish death of chess. I think this is, the talks maybe will continue, but the current practice shows that we're far, far away from this. You can find lots of interesting ideas for both sides, and life goes on. I hope you enjoyed those series as I did. I hope that you will be able to employ some of those ideas for either side, white or black, and Queen's Gambit Decline will be in your repertoire one way or another. And I hope to see you at the chess tournaments and here at chess.com. This was Grandmaster Gregory Kaidanov. Goodbye.